Good morning, participants. We will wait five to 10 minutes more for other participants to join. In meantime, please review us on our Google.
Hello. Smith, good morning.
Yes, hi, good morning.
Uh, so I registered the Session, the revolutionizing efficiency with Microsoft Copilot and Power Automate. Is that the same, or did I mistakenly join?
Sorry, can you repeat? I didn't
So
hear you properly.
this is training for.
This training is for AI 102.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. The last time we had the same.
Yeah. Yes, maybe.
The last 2 weeks we had training. Is that the?
Okay. Were you part of that batch?
Yeah, yes, yes.
Oh, okay, okay. Yes, yes. Same thing. Yes.
Okay. Actually, I registered for the revolutionizing efficiency with the Microsoft Copilot and Power Automate, and I got this link, so I got
Oh,
registered.
acha, acha. I now remember you are part of that batch. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, yeah,
Correct.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, okay then. So only one day for this.
Yes. This is just a webinar. So the same thing that you learned in that batch, same thing you will learn
Oh,
over here.
fine, fine then. Okay then.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank.
Yes. Welcome.
This is the whole day, right? As we did it last time.
This is the whole day. So yeah, in this webinar, since you have already gone through that course, you won't learn anything new.
Fine,
Yeah.
fine then. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Smith.
Yes.
I
Welcome.
have some doubt. Maybe I will let you know.
Okay. Sure.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Hello everyone, a very good morning to all of you. Now we are starting with the session. So before starting, just let me know if you can hear me properly and my screen is visible to you. Just drop yes or thumbs up. Okay, thank you. Hello and welcome everyone. My name is Siley. I'll be your host for today's webinar, and I'll be there to ensure you have a smooth and engaging experience. Well, I'm glad to welcome you all in this webinar, Mastering AI in Azure, a deep dive into Microsoft AI 102 webinar. Well, now I'd like to introduce you to the Synergetics. So, Synergetics is a leading edge learning solution provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services, cloud services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Well, our core focus is to enable digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end-to-end implementation. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, ML, cloud computing, and DevOps. Synergetics is committed to equipping you with the tools and knowledge to succeed. Well, these are some solutions that Synergetics provide. That is persona-based onboarding, onboarding add-on, certification, certification add-on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest training, latest technology training, sales, pre-sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. So what the certification of Microsoft training will offer? It provides a complete learning experience, like from training to exam preparation and final certification. This not only builds your confidence but also will help you to gain recognition in your field. So the journey of Microsoft certification skilling will begin with the fundamental certification to advanced role based and finally to expert level certification. So these are Microsoft Azure Fundamentals level certification which you can apply for. So that is AZ 900 Azure Fundamentals, AI 900 Azure AI Fundamentals, DP 900 Azure Data Fundamentals, PL 900 Power Platform Fundamentals, SC 900 Security, Compliance, and Identity Fundamentals. Here you can see on my screen some Microsoft Azure Associate level certifications. These are Microsoft Azure Expert Level Certification. That's AZ305 Azure Solution Architect Expert, SC100 Cybersecurity Architect Expert, PL600 Power Platform Solution Architect Expert, AZ400 DevOps Engineer Expert, and these are specialty certifications offered by that's Microsoft Certified Azure for SAP Workloads Specialty, Microsoft Certified Azure Virtual Desktop Specialty Exam, Microsoft Certified Azure IoT Developer Specialty. Well, our training includes live mentoring, recorded sessions, practice lab, exam preparation sessions, and practice tests. This will ensure that you will fully prepared to take the certification and your credentials. Well, this webinar is hosted by ATC Community, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, ML, machine learning, IoT, and DevOps. By joining our community, you'll get access to updates on upcoming webinars, learning opportunities, and workshops. So this is the common community for the emerging technology. This is for Pune peoples. This is the community for Nagpur people. So everyone, please note that there will be a small code of conduct. So you cannot take any screenshot of this presentation, or the presentation will be shared by a speaker, and you cannot record this webinar. We will update this recording on our YouTube channel, and we'll be sending you an email regarding the same. Today's speaker is Smith Shah. He's a training consultant and working with Synergetics currently. Well, you can see the agenda of today's webinar. This is the 8 hour of learning plan that's we provide 1 day webinar, self-learning path, mentoring and exam preparation session, and knowledge assessment. We also provide a LA badge, that is learning achievement badge, for the same session. I will share all the steps and link to redeem your badge in the chat box in between this webinar or in the break. Well, don't forget to follow us on our social media so you can keep yourself up to date by following us. Well, thank you everyone for your attention to my words. Now I won't take your time and hand over this to Smith sir.
Yes, thanks, Hailey. So, good morning to each and every one of you, and welcome to AI 102 webinar. Before I proceed ahead, I would just like to give a brief introduction about myself. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. On top of that, I am a Azure certified data scientist, a Azure certified AI engineer, as well as a Azure certified data engineer. And I've been conducting trainings in the data science and AI field since the last 7 years for multiple international as well as corporate clients, including LTI Mindtree, Capgemini, Walmart, Accenture, and many, many more. So that's just a brief introduction about me. Now, let's go ahead and let's understand the AI 102 course. So the entire AI 102 course is all about working with ready-made AI models. I repeat, the entire AI 102 course is all about working with ready-made AI models. So Azure company has created ready-made AI models for you, and all you are supposed to do is just use those ready-made AI models. And in the certification exam, all the questions that you will be getting will be related to how can you use those ready-made AI models. So you are not supposed to create AI models on your own. Okay. Azure has created AI models for you. All you are supposed to do is use them in this course. All right. So in this certification exam, you will be asked around 40 to 60 MCQ based questions. Okay. You will be asked around 40 to 60 MCQ based questions. Let me mention that over here. So the entire exam will be MCQ based. You are not supposed to write any code. You are not supposed to perform any demonstration. The entire exam will be MCQ based. Okay. And you can expect anywhere between 40 to 60 questions in the examination. The number of questions is never fixed, but it varies between 40 to 60 MCQ questions. Okay, in my examination, I remember I got around 44 MCQ questions. Okay, but this is the range that I have mentioned. You can expect anywhere between 40 to 60 MCQ questions in your examination. Remember that the total marks for the exam is 1,000 marks. Okay, out of which you need to score at least 700 to pass it. Okay, so out of 1,000, you need to score at least 700 to pass the examination. Also, every question will have different weightage. Some question could have 30 marks. Some questions could be of 20 marks. Some questions could be of 15 marks. But the weightage for the questions is not shown during the examination. So for you, every question will be of equal importance. And you have to attempt every question with the same level of determination. Okay, fine. So this was about the exam structure that I wanted to mention. Now let's go ahead and let's proceed with our webinar. So what are we going to learn today? So guys, first we'll be learning about what is AI. So those who are entirely new to the AI field will be learning the basics of AI. After that, I'll be showing you how you can create a custom AI model, although it's not part of the AI 102 course, but still it will be beneficial for you if you learn how to create custom AI model. Okay. So it will be a very basic AI model that we'll be creating. Okay. And again, this is not part of the AI-102 course because the AI-102 course is all about dealing with ready-made AI models. Okay, but before that, if you have knowledge about creating custom AI models, that will be beneficial for you. After that, we'll be moving on to the Azure AI services. So Azure has created multiple AI models and it has distributed those AI models into different services or different categories. Okay. So in total, there are 9 AI services that Azure has created. Out of those, today we'll be talking about 3 services. The first service that we'll be talking about is speech service. The second service that we'll be talking about is OpenAI service. And the third service that we'll talk about is document intelligence service. So these are the 3 services that we'll be focusing on today. All right, fine. So let's proceed with our webinar. First, let's understand what is AI. So if anybody is new to AI, okay, for them, this will be beneficial. So let's understand what is AI. As all of you know, AI stands for artificial intelligence. But what is it? So guys, AI is nothing but a set of tools that is used for getting inferences through predictions. I repeat, AI is nothing but a set of tools that is used to get inferences through predictions. Now, how do we do that? How do we get inferences through predictions? We do that by using something called a AI model. Now, what is this AI model? It's a very fancy term being used in the market nowadays, right? AI model. But what is it? Let's see the definition of a AI model. The definition might look complex at first, but don't worry, I will try to simplify it for you later. So, what is a AI model? A AI model is nothing but a statistical representation of a real world process. As I mentioned to you, the definition of a AI model will look complex to you. Don't worry, I will try to simplify it. In order to simplify it, I will need an example. So suppose I have data of some of the houses in my locality. So I have information about area of the house in square feet, and I also have information about the price of the house. So let's suppose the first house that I surveyed had an area of 100 square feet and the price of the house was 1 crore. The second house that I surveyed had an area of 200 square feet and the price of the house was 2 crore. Similarly, the third house that I surveyed had an area of 300 square feet and the price of the house was 3 crore. Now, I have a question for each and every one of you. Let's suppose we have a fourth house. The area of that house is 350 square feet. What would be the price of this house? Can any of you predict the price of this house? According to you, what do you guys predict would be the price of this house? Anyone with the prediction? You can mention your prediction in the chat. Umesh has given his prediction. Umesh mentions that according to him, the price of this house could be somewhere around 3.5 crore. And Umesh is right. But Umesh, in order to arrive at this prediction, can I say you used some statistics in your head? You used some mathematics in your head? Yes or no, buddy? You gave me the correct prediction. But in order to arrive at that prediction, you use some mathematics in your head. You use some statistics in your head. That's exactly what a AI model also does. A AI model also tries to use statistics or tries to use mathematics to simulate what would happen in the real world. Okay, fine. So up till now, what have we learned? So first, we are try to understand what is AI. So we said that AI is nothing but a set of tools that is used to get inferences through predictions. How do we do that? How do we get inferences through predictions? We get it by using something called a AI model. What is a AI model? It's a statistical representation of a real world process. In simple words, we are trying to simulate a real world process using some statistics, using some mathematics. It's just that if the data is simple, you will apply simple mathematics. If the data is complex, you will apply complex mathematics. Okay. Now, in order to create a AI model, there are two important notes that you need to remember. Note number one, is that in order to create a AI model, you need some data, and that data needs to have some rows and some columns. That is note number one. What about note number two? Note number two mentions that there are only two important type of columns in your data. First important type of column is called your feature column, and second important type of column in your data is called a target column. What is the difference between the two? Well, a feature column is a column that helps me to predict, whereas a target column is a column that I want to predict. Let's understand the difference between a feature column and a target column with the help of an example. So suppose I have data of some of the houses in my locality, and here is the data shown to you on your screen. Now, my first question to you is, on this data, can I create a AI model? Yes or no? Whether it turns out to be a good AI model or a bad AI model, that's a different story. But the main question to you is, on this data, can I create a AI model? Yes or no? What do you guys feel? On this data, can I create a AI model? To help you out, I will give you a hint. You can look at note number one and answer the question. The question that I posted to you was, on this data, can I create a AI model? Yes or no? Bhaskar and Naresh have mentioned the answer correctly. They have rightly mentioned that on this data, we can definitely create a AI model. And all you had to do was look at note number one, guys. As per note number one, we have mentioned that in order to create a AI model, you need to have some data, and that data needs to have some rows and some columns. And here, our data does have some rows and some columns. So definitely on this data, we can create a AI model. So with this note number one, you have understood. Let's move on to note number two. Note number two mentions that there are only two useful type of columns in your data. First useful type of column is called a feature column. Second useful type of column in your data is called a target column. What is the difference between the two? Well, a feature column is a column that helps me to predict, whereas a target column is a column that I want to predict. So if I want to predict on price, then price will be which type of column? Can anyone answer it? I repeat my statement. I am mentioning to you that there are only two important type of columns in your data. First important type of column is called a feature column. Second important type of column in your data is called a target column. Feature columns are those columns that help me to predict, whereas target column is that column that I want to predict. So if I want to predict on price, then price will be which type of column? As Naresh, then Karimullah, Bhaskar, Jagannath, all of you guys have mentioned, if I want to predict on price, then price will be my target column. And since square feet and city help me to predict price, they will be called my feature columns. So remember, there are only two useful type of columns in your data, feature column and a target column. Any other columns apart from feature column or target column is useless for you, and you need to remove it from the data. Okay. So there are only two useful type of columns in the data. First useful type of column is called feature column. Second useful type of column in your data is called a target column. Feature columns are those columns that help you to predict. Target column is that column that I want to predict. Now, let's proceed ahead and let's look at the different approaches to create a AI model. So there are two main approaches to create a AI model. First is the approach of machine learning. Second is the approach of deep learning. Now, in order to understand both the approaches, I always use the analogy of a knife and a machete. Let's use the same analogy and let's try to have an overview of these two approaches. So currently I'll just be giving an overview of these two approaches. Okay. And in order to give an overview, I always use the analogy of a knife and a machete. I always say that machine learning is like using a knife, whereas deep learning is like using a machete. Now using that analogy, let's try to have an overview. So for that, I'm posting a simple question to you. Let's suppose you want to cut a simple object like a potato or a tomato or an apple. In that scenario, which tool will you use to cut it? Will you use a knife or will you use a machete? I repeat my question. If suppose you want to cut a simple object like a potato or a tomato or an apple, in that scenario, which tool will you use? A knife or a machete? Bhaskar, Karimullah, and Naresh have correctly mentioned in the chat that if we want to cut a simple object like a potato or a tomato or apple, in that scenario, we'll use a knife. You are absolutely right. So basically, what you guys are saying is on simple objects, you will use a simple tool like a knife. On the other hand, if you have a complex object like a coconut, in that scenario, which tool will you use to cut the coconut? Will you use a knife or will you use a machete? In order to cut a complex object like a coconut, which tool will you use? Will you use a knife or will you use a machete? And as students have correctly mentioned in the chat, Naresh, Karimullah, Akshar, Biman, Bhaskar, everybody has correctly mentioned that in order to cut a complex object like a coconut, they will use a machete. So what you guys are saying is, for cutting simple objects, you will use a simple tool like a knife. For cutting complex objects like a coconut, you will use a complex tool like a machete. Similarly, guys, if you have simple data set to work on, then in that scenario, you will use the simple approach, which is the machine learning approach. On the other hand, if you have a complex data set, in that scenario, you will use the complex approach, which is the deep learning approach. Okay. Now, when will I say that a data set is simple or when will I say that a data set is complex? Okay. So if the relationship between feature and target is simple to understand, then you will call that data set a simple data set. Whereas if the relationship between feature and target is complex to understand, then the data set will be called complex data set. Let me take an example. So suppose I have data having one feature column and one target column. In the feature column, I have information about pixel values of images. Okay. So in the first row, I have pixel values of image 1, and corresponding to that row, I have information about whether the person in that image was happy or whether the person in that image was sad or whether the person in that image was showing neutral emotion. So let's suppose in the first image, the person was happy. Okay. In the second row, I have details of second image. And let's suppose in the second image, the person was happy again. In the third row, I have details of third image. And let's suppose in the third image, the person was showing sad emotion. Okay. So like this, I have my data. So here is the relationship between feature and target simple to understand or complex to understand. So here in my feature, what do I have? I have pixel values of an image. You know, image is made up of pixels. Let's suppose here I have an image which is having 3 pixels in height, 3 pixels in width. Let's suppose I have a 3 by 3 image, very small image. Okay, usually we have uh, pixel size of around um, 1000 pixels in width, 1000 pixels in height, somewhere around that range, right? But here, let's suppose I have 3 pixels with 3 pixels in height. Okay, 3 by 3 image I have. Now, inside each of the pixels, we will have a value between 0 to 255. Okay, as you guys would know, that each pixel consists of values between 0 to 255. So let's suppose we have pixel values over here. Let's suppose we have pixel values. I'll do one thing. I'll just mute the other students so that I don't hear any background noise. Okay, fine. Now let's proceed. So coming back to the point, what I was mentioning was, let's assume that you have an image consisting of some pixel values, right? Now my question to you is, will you be able to look at these pixel values and tell me whether the person in the image was happy, sad, or showing neutral emotion? Will you be able to tell that easily, or is it complex for you? So here, is the relationship between feature and target simple to understand, or is the relationship between feature and target complex to understand? As Bhaskar has rightly mentioned, looking at pixel values and then figuring out whether the person in that image is showing happy emotion, sad emotion, or neutral emotion. That's complex to understand, right? So here the relationship between feature and target is complex to understand. That's why we'll call the data set a complex data set. And on a complex data set, we'll always go for the complex approach, which is the deep learning approach. On simple data sets, you go for simple approach, which is the machine learning approach. Whereas for complex data sets, you go for deep learning. Whereas for complex data sets, you go for complex approach, which is the deep learning approach. Okay, fine. Using the same analogy of a knife and machete, let's go ahead and let's understand more differences between the two approaches. Okay. So guys, when I asked you a question that in order to cut a simple object like a potato or a tomato or apple, which tool will you use, a knife or a machete? You correctly answered knife. That was the correct answer. But why did you choose a knife? What was the reason? Any particular reason? Why did you choose a knife? What were the reasons behind it? Umesh mentions that it's a, okay. So Umesh, are you saying that it's simple to implement? Simple to implement, right? That is what you are mentioning. That knife is simple to implement. Similarly, guys, machine learning approach is simple to implement. Even a person who is new to the AI field will be able to create a AI model using the machine learning approach in a very simple manner. Because machine learning approach is comparatively very simple, whereas deep learning approach is comparatively complex. So a person who is new to AI field will find deep learning approach complex, and creating a model using deep learning approach, maybe that person who is a fresher in the AI field might not be able to do it properly. Okay. So remember, another difference between the two approaches is that machine learning approach is simple approach. It's simple to implement, whereas deep learning approach is complex to implement. Now, Umesh, when I asked you a question that in order to cut a simple object like a potato or a tomato or apple, which tool will you use, a knife or machete? You correctly answered knife. One reason was that knife is simple to implement or simple to use. Umesh, can I say second reason is cost as well? That knife is less costly as compared to machete? Yes, right? Similarly, guys, machine learning approach will be less costly. Okay. In machine learning approach, comparatively less mathematical computations are performed, and because of which the computation cost will be less. Nowadays, most of the companies use cloud platforms to do their computation. And on cloud platforms, the more computation you do, the more cost you have to pay. So remember that in machine learning approach, comparatively less number of mathematical computations are performed, because of which the computation cost will be low. Whereas on the same exact data, if you try to create a AI model using the deep learning approach, then deep learning approach will have comparatively more number of mathematical computations, because of which the computation cost will be high. Okay, fine. Then another difference. Let's go ahead and let's understand another difference between machine learning approach and deep learning approach. So guys, in terms of pure cutting efficiency, which tool is better, knife or machete? In terms of pure cutting efficiency, which tool is more sharper? Which tool is more sharper? A knife or machete? In terms of pure cutting efficiency, which is more sharper? Can I say machete will be more sharper, right? It will be more sharper, right? It will be more efficient in cutting. Similarly, guys, deep learning approach will be more efficient as compared to the machine learning approach. So if you create a AI model using deep learning approach, you will find that the AI model created using deep learning approach is giving you much better accuracy in terms of model predictions as compared to a AI model that was created using machine learning approach. Okay. So if you use the if you have some data, and on that data, if you try to create a AI model using machine learning approach, and on that data, if you try to create a AI model using deep learning approach, you will find that the AI model created using deep learning approach is providing you much better accuracy in terms of model predictions. Okay. So with this, I have just tried to give you overview of the two main approaches of creating a AI model. First approach is that of machine learning. Second approach is that of deep learning. And I've just tried to give you an overview of both the approaches. Out of these two approaches, I will be giving you a demo of machine learning approach today. Deep learning approach will not touch. Okay. Today in this webinar, I will give you a demo of machine learning approach. Okay. So we'll create one AI model from scratch, and that AI model will create using machine learning approach. Okay. So you will have more idea about machine learning approach ahead. Fine. Now remember that there are different type of AI models. To be specific, there are many type of AI models. In fact, after 8 to 10 months, a new type of AI model comes into the market. But 95% of the work done in the AI industry is done on these two types only. Okay. More than 95% of the work done in the AI industry is done on these two types only. So we'll focus on these two types for now. The first type of AI model that I want you to focus on is called supervised learning model. The second type of AI model that I want you to focus on is called unsupervised learning model. What is the difference between the two? Well, a supervised learning model is a model that helps me to predict, a supervised learning model is a model in which the data that you are using has feature columns and target columns both. Whereas unsupervised learning model is a model wherein the data that you are using only has feature columns, but it doesn't have target column. Okay. I repeat myself. Supervised learning model is a model wherein the data that you are using has feature columns and target columns both. Whereas unsupervised learning model is a model wherein the data that you are using only has feature columns, but it doesn't have target column. Now, supervised learning models are further divided into two types. First is classification model. Second is regression model. What is the difference between the two? Well, a classification model is a model wherein the target column has finite set of possibilities, whereas regression model is a model wherein the target column has infinite set of possibilities. Let's understand the difference between a classification model as well as a regression model with the help of an example. So suppose I have a target column with me called dice roll. So let's assume that I'm playing a game of dice with my friends, and whatever value I get after rolling the dice, that value I'm storing it in this column. So let's suppose when I roll the dice for the first time, I get the value 4. Then again when I roll the dice, I get the value 1. Again when I roll the dice, I get the value 6. Then when I roll the dice again, I get the value 1, and so on. So let's suppose dice roll column is my target column. Okay. So guys, in dice roll column, how many different possible values can I get? Or in other words, when I roll a dice, how many possible values can I get? When I roll a dice, how many possible values can I get? Anyone with the answer? When I roll a dice, how many possible values can I get? We have six possible values, right? When we roll a dice, we have only six possibilities. As Ruchika mentions, we have only six possibilities. Either we can get the value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So when I roll a dice, I have six possibilities. Or in other words, when I roll a dice, I have finite set of possibilities. So if dice roll column was my target column, and if in my target column I have finite set of possibilities, then my model will be called a classification model. Okay, let's take one more example. Let's suppose I have a column with me called gender, and I'm storing the gender value of every participant in this meeting today. Let's suppose the first participant that entered this meeting was a male. The second participant that entered in this meeting was a female. Third participant that entered in this meeting was a female again, and so on. So let's assume that gender column is my target column. Now in this target column, do I have finite set of possibilities or infinite set of possibilities? You would say finite set of possibilities, right? In gender column, I have only two possibilities, male or female. So if gender column is my target column, then in my target column here, I have only two possibilities. Or in other words, in my target column, I have finite set of possibilities. So if in my target column, I have finite set of possibilities, then my model will be called a classification model. Let me take one more example. Suppose I have a column with me called stock price, wherein I'm storing the price of a stock after every day. Let's say on the first day, the price of the stock was 100.91 rupees. On the next day, it was 99.4 rupees. On the third day, it was 99.579 rupees, and so on. So let's assume that stock price column is my target column. Now, guys, if stock price column is my target column, then in my target column, do I have finite set of possibilities or do I have infinite set of possibilities? What do I have? As Akshara, Hiranya, everybody is mentioning in the chat that in this stock price column, I have infinite set of possibilities, right? So if stock price column was my target column, and if in my target column I have infinite set of possibilities, then my model will be called a regression model. Okay, fine. So with this, we have completed basics of AI. So guys, did basics of AI make sense to everyone? Is it clear? Any doubts whatsoever? Clear? Okay, fine. Now, let's proceed ahead and we'll move on to the second point in our agenda for today. So I will show you how to create a custom AI model, but the approach that we'll use is the machine learning approach. Okay. So using the machine learning approach, I will show you how to create a custom AI model. Fine. So what is a AI model at the end of the day? A AI model is a statistical representation of a real world process. That means some statistics will be used to simulate a real world process. That means some statistical algorithm will be used to simulate a real world process. So either you can develop your own statistical algorithm yourself, or you can use some ready-made statistical algorithm already available in the market. Let me show you one such ready-made statistical algorithm already available in the market called Multinomial Naive Bayes. Okay. And let me go ahead and let me show to you how it would work. So this algorithm called multinomial naive Bayes is used to create which type of model, supervised learning model or unsupervised learning model? Well, remember that it is used to create a supervised learning model. That means it will only work only if the data that you are using has feature columns and target columns both. Then you might ask me that Smith, within supervised also there are two types, classification and regression. So this algorithm is used to create which type of model, classification model or regression model. So guys, this algorithm is used to only create a classification model. That means it will only work only if the target column has finite set of possibilities. Okay. So let's see the working of this algorithm called multinomial naive Bayes. Guys, I'm covering this algorithm called multinomial naive Bayes because it's the simplest algorithm of all. Not because it's a very good or very great algorithm. Okay, there are much better algorithms as compared to this. But since it's your first algorithm, I wanted to start off with a very basic one. Okay. But remember, there are much better algorithms as compared to this. But anyways, we'll start off with a basic one called multinomial naive Bayes. And let's see the working. So let's suppose I want to create a AI model using the multinomial naive Bayes algorithm on email data. Okay. So I have data of emails. So I have data of emails. Let me mention that correctly. So I have data of emails. In that data, I have one feature column and one target column. Let us just assume. Now in the feature column, let's suppose I have information about the text of the emails. So in the first row, I have text of email 1. In second row, I will have text of email 2 and so on. So let's suppose in first row, I have text of email 1. Correspondingly, I have information about whether that email was normal email or spam email. So let's suppose the first email was a normal email. Then let's suppose the second email was also a normal email. Then let's suppose the third email was a spam email. Let's suppose the third email was a spam email. So like this, I have data having 12 emails in it. Out of 12 emails, let's assume that 8 emails belong to normal category and 4 emails belong to spam category. So I want to create a AI model that predicts whether a email is a normal email or whether a email is a spam email. Now, if you remember, in all of your email engines, whether it's a Gmail engine or a Outlook engine, all of them have a AI model inbuilt into them that predicts whether a email is a normal email or a spam email. And if that AI model predicts that it's a spam email, it will automatically put that email in the spam folder, right? So let's suppose if you wanted to create such a AI model yourself, how would you create it? Okay, fine. So let's start off with a very basic algorithm called multinomial naive Bayes. And let's see the working of that algorithm called multinomial naive Bayes. So what I have done over here is based on count of unique words in spam emails, sorry, in normal emails based on count of unique words in normal emails, I have created a histogram. So the diagram that you see on your screen is called a histogram. Okay. So based on count of unique words in normal emails, I have created a histogram. From the histogram, it looks like the word dear is occurring a total of 8 times in normal emails. Then it looks like the word friend is occurring a total of 5 times in normal emails. Then it looks like the word lunch is occurring a total of 3 times in normal emails. And it looks like the word money is occurring a total of 1 time in normal emails. So based on this information, guys, can you tell me what will be the probability of obtaining the word dear in a normal email? So the word dear is occurring a total of 8 times, right? So I will have 8 divided by total number of words in normal emails. What will be total number of words in normal emails? It will be 8 plus 5 plus 3 plus 1. That makes the total count of words equal to 17. So probability of obtaining the word dear in a normal email will be 8 by 17. Similarly, guys, can you tell me, similarly, can you tell me probability of obtaining the word friend in a normal email? What will it be? Probability of obtaining the word friend in a normal email, as Ruchika Hiranya has rightly mentioned, it will be 5 by 17. Similarly, probability of obtaining the word lunch in a normal email will be 3 by 17. Then probability of obtaining the word money in a normal email will be 1 by 17, as Karimullah has rightly mentioned. Okay. Now, just like I have done this with respect to normal emails, I will do the same thing with respect to spam emails now. So based on count of unique words in spam emails, I have created this histogram. So it looks like the word dear is occurring 2 times in spam emails. Then it looks like the word friend is occurring 1 time in spam email. It looks like the word lunch is occurring 0 times in spam emails. And it looks like the word money is occurring 4 times in spam emails. Okay. So guys, can you tell me what will be probability of obtaining the word dear in a spam email? But what will it be? What will it be? You can see the word dear is occurring 2 times. So I will have 2 divided by total number of words in spam emails. In spam emails, if I count total number of words, it will be 2 plus 1 plus 0 plus 4. So total number of words is 7. So probability of obtaining the word dear in a spam email will be 2 by 7. As rightly mentioned by Umesh and Karimullah, it will be 2 by 7. Similarly, probability of obtaining the word friend in in a spam email will be 1 by 7. Probability of obtaining the word lunch in a spam email will be 0 by 7, which is 0 only. Then probability of obtaining the word money in a spam email will be 4 by 7, and so on. Now, if you guys remember, in my overall data set, I had total 12 emails. Out of 12 emails, 8 emails belong to normal category and 4 emails belong to spam category, right? Out of 12 emails, 8 emails belong to normal category and 4 emails belong to spam category. So guys, what is probability of obtaining normal emails in my data set? If out of 12 emails, 8 emails belong to normal category, then probability of obtaining normal emails in my data set is, what will it be? As Ruchika rightly mentions, it will be 8 by 12. And probability of obtaining spam emails in my data set will be 4 by 12. Okay. Same information will be mentioned in the slides as well. That probability of obtaining normal emails in my data set is 8 by 12 and probability of obtaining spam emails in my data set is 4 by 12. Now is the time for prediction. So let's suppose I have received a new email having only two words in it, dear friend. Although in reality, a email would have lots of words, but here just to keep the example simple, let's suppose I have only assumed two words. Okay, that in an email, I have only received two words, dear friend. That's it. Now I want to predict whether this email belongs to normal category or whether this email belongs to spam category. So first what I will do is I will calculate probability of this email belonging to normal category. Then I will calculate probability of this email belonging to spam category. Whichever probability is higher, I will say that this email belongs to that particular category. It's just like, for example, if I want to bet on a cricket match between India and England, first what I will do, I will calculate probability of India winning. Then I will calculate probability of England winning. Whichever team has higher probability of winning, I will bet on that team, right? Similarly, if I want to predict if this email belongs to normal category or spam category, then I will first calculate probability of this email belong to normal category. Then I will calculate probability of this email belonging to spam category. Whichever probability is higher, I will say that this email belongs to that particular category. But remember, in this algorithm, the probability will be calculated using naive Bayes formula. A naive Bayes formula was developed in 1970s, more than 50 years back. Okay, more than 5 decades back or 50 years back. Now, with this naive Bayes formula, it's not necessary that the probability values that you calculate will sum up to 1. In the new age probability based formulas, when you calculate probability values, they sum up to 1. But with naive Bayes formula, it was not like that. When you will calculate probability values with naive Bayes formula, it's not necessary that it will that it will sum up to 1. Anyways, with that note out of the way, let's proceed. Currently, I have an email received by me which has two words in it, dear friend. I want to predict whether this email belongs to normal category or spam category. So first, let me calculate probability of this email belonging to normal category. So I will have probability of obtaining normal emails into probability of obtaining the word dear in a normal email into probability of obtaining the word friend in a normal email. I already know the probability values. I'll just substitute them into this equation and at the end I will get a result of 0.09. So this is the probability of this email belonging to normal category. Similarly, let me calculate probability of this email belonging to spam category. So I will have probability of obtaining spam emails in my data set multiplied by probability of obtaining the word dear in a spam email multiplied by probability of obtaining the word friend in a spam email. I'll just substitute the probability values and at the end I get a result of 0.01. So this is the probability of this email belonging to spam category. So you tell me guys which probability is higher? Probability of this email belonging to normal category or probability of this email belonging to spam category? Which one is higher? As Akshara mentions, probability of this email belonging to normal category is higher. That's why my model will predict that this email belongs to normal category. Okay. So that's the working of this algorithm called multinomial naive Bayes. It's a very, very simple algorithm. And in fact, there are much better algorithms than this. I did not show you this algorithm because it was a very good algorithm. I showed you this algorithm because it was the most basic algorithm of all. Okay. But remember, in the market, there are much better algorithms than this. Anyways, now that we have seen the theory of this algorithm, let's go ahead and let's see its implementation. But before we see the implementation, I can see one doubt from Prabharan. Prabharan says, can you please repeat how the probability values are assigned from previous slide? Yes, sure. Okay. So Prabharan, let me again explain the working of multinomial naive Bayes algorithm. So Prabharan, I'm going to create a AI model that predicts whether an email is a normal email or a spam email. For that, I need some data, right? So here is the data on the screen. Okay. Total, I have data of 12 emails. Out of 12 emails, 8 belong to normal category and 4 belong to spam category. So Prabharan, is the introduction of data clear to you? Prabharan, is the introduction of data clear first? Yes, okay. Now Prabharan, let's go ahead. So Prabharan, what I will do first is based on count of unique words, okay, based on count of unique words in normal emails, I have created a histogram based on count of unique words in normal emails. We have created a histogram. Although in reality, normal emails would have thousands of unique words, but here just to keep the example simple, I have assumed only 4 unique words. Okay. But in reality, I know that that normal emails would have thousands of unique words. But here, just to keep the example simple, I have only assumed 4 unique words. So the diagram that you see on your screen is called a histogram. So based on count of unique words in normal emails, we have created this histogram. Now from this histogram, you are coming to know that the word dear is occurring a total of 8 times in normal emails. The word friend is occurring a total of 5 times in normal emails. The word lunch is occurring a total of 3 times in normal emails. And the word money is occurring a total of 1 time in normal emails. So Prabharan, can you tell me probability of obtaining the word dear in a normal email? What will it be? So Prabharan, dear is occurring a total of how many times in normal emails? What is the count of the word dear occurring in normal emails? What is the count? 8, right? Right. Perfect. So Prabharan, I will write 8. 8 divided by total number of words in normal emails. So Prabharan, if you count total number of words, you can see 8 times dear is occurring, 5 times friend is occurring, 3 times the word lunch is occurring, 1 time the word money is occurring. So the total number of words will be 8 plus 5 plus 3 plus 1. So Prabharan, if you sum this, what does the sum come out to be? 8 plus 5 plus 3 plus 1, 17, right? So as Prabharan rightly mentions, it will be 8 divided by 17. Prabharan, this one is clear, right? You yourself mentioned the answer. Probability of obtaining the word dear in a normal email will be 8 by 17, right? Now got it? Okay. Prabharan, do you want me to go through the next slides or i- it's clear? Clear? Okay, fine then. All right. So now that the theory of multinomial naive Bayes algorithm is clear, I'll proceed ahead with the implementation part. Okay. Let's proceed with the implementation part. For implementation, I can use any coding tool. Um, Here I will use a coding tool called Google Colab. But remember, I can use any coding tool that allows me to code in Python programming language. I can even use Jupyter Notebook tool. I can even use Visual Studio tool. Any tool that allows me to write code in Python programming language will work for me. Here I'm using this coding tool called Google Colab. The good thing about Google Colab is that it doesn't require installation in your laptop. Okay. So fine, I'll use Google Colab tool. But remember, even apart from Google Colab tool, any other tool I can work with. Okay, that's not an issue. So if you're wondering that, okay, can we only create a AI model using this Google Colab tool? No. Any coding tool that allows code in Python programming language will be useful for creating a AI model. Fine, I will choose this tool called Google Colab tool. And here let me create a new notebook file in which I'm going to write my code. I'm just waiting for the file to open up and then I will write my code in that file. I'll wait for a few seconds. Okay, the file has opened up now. Fine. And now let me mention the steps of implementation. So if you want to implement a supervised learning model, okay, if you want to implement any supervised learning model, then there are 8 steps for it. First step is to make sure that data should be clean. That means it should not have any missing values, it should not have any spelling mistakes, and so on. Okay, so that is the first step, which is to ensure that data should be clean. Okay, fine. So this is step number one. Step number two is to make sure that we extract the features and targets separately. Then third step is to make sure that features should be of numeric nature. Features should be of numeric nature. Then fourth step is that features should have some rows and some columns. Then the fifth step is to make sure that we split the data set into two parts, training and testing. All right. Now, what is the general idea behind this step? So the general idea is that we'll split the data set into two parts. One data set will be called training data set. Another data set will be called testing data set. So we will only train the model only on the training data set. And for testing, we will use a new data set that the model has never seen before. So testing data set is one such data set that the model has never seen before, right? Why? Because the model only trained on the training data set. So during training, only the training data set was shown to the model. The testing data set was kept hidden. Okay. So for testing, we want to test it on a new data set that the model has never seen before. So testing data set is one such data set that the model has never seen before. So we always test on testing data set. And while testing, what happens? So the general idea is this, that let's suppose I have a testing data set in which I have a feature column, let's suppose one feature column, one target column. Let's suppose as part of my feature, I have information about number of pregnancies, and as part of my target, I have information about gender. Okay. Here I'm just taking some random data set. Don't focus much on the data set. Uh, I'm just trying to make you understand the concept. Okay. So what is that concept? I just want to make you understand what will happen during testing. Fine. So let's suppose you have some rows in testing data set. In the first row, let's suppose number of pregnancies is 0. The person was a male. In the second row, the second person also had 0 pregnancies, even but that person was a female. In the third row, the person had 2 pregnancies, the person was a female. In the fourth row, the person had 0 pregnancies, but that person was a female. In the fifth row, the person had 1 pregnancy, the person was a female. Okay. Now, this data, I will divide it into two parts, training and testing. So let's suppose out of 5 rows, 3 rows uh, 3 rows I'm selecting in training data set. The remaining rows I'm selecting in testing data set. Now, while testing, what will happen is, see, the model will only train on the training data set. Okay. Now for testing, model will use the testing data set. And while testing, what will happen? Let me explain that to you. While testing, you will show the feature column values, and you will ask the model that using the feature column values, predict the target column value for that row. So to look at feature column values, and looking at feature column values, it will predict the target. So let's suppose for the first row in testing data set, it looks at feature column values and it predicts a target value of female. For the second row also, it looks at feature column values and it predicts a target column value of female. Now we will cross check whether the model's actual target values matches with the predicted target values. Here it seems that out of 2 rows in the testing data set, only for one row correct prediction was made, right? Which is for this row. So out of 2 rows in the testing data set, only for one row correct prediction was made. So the accuracy will be 1 divided by 2, which is 0.5. In percentage terms, we will say that the model is 50% accurate on our testing data set. Okay. Fine. So that's the general idea behind train test split. Okay. Once that is done, then you will move on to step number 6. Step number 6 is to make sure that features should be on the same scale. But that means they should have same range of values. But this should only be done on algorithms where there is involvement, where there is involvement of calculating distance using feature column values. But for our algorithm, the one that we'll be implementing in this lecture, it will be the algorithm is called multinomial naive Bayes. In that algorithm, was there involvement of calculating distance using feature column values? No, there was no involvement of calculating distance using feature column values. That's why for our current algorithm, step number 6 will be ignored. Okay. For our current algorithm, step number 6 will be ignored. Moving on to step number 7, which is to train the model on the training data set. To train the model on the training data set. Then step number 8 is to test the model on the testing data set. Okay. So these are the 8 steps that you have to follow in order to implement any supervised learning model in the world. Whether it's using the machine learning approach or the deep learning approach, same 8 steps you will follow. Fine. So I want to create a AI model using machine learning approach, let's say. So to create a model, we need some data. So let me get that data. So whatever data I want to use, I will upload it onto this Google Colab tool so that I can use it later. Let's suppose the data is inside of this CSV file called trumptrudeau.csv. Now let me read data from that file. So I will write code for that. So I will say, please read the data from the CSV file. What is the name of the CSV file? trumptrudeau.csv. Okay, and let me show you the data, how it looks like. So guys, here I have data of tweets. Okay, here I have data of tweets written by either Donald Trump or Justin Trudeau. So I want to build a model that correctly predicts the author of the tweet, that whether the tweet is written by Donald Trump or whether it's written by Justin Trudeau. Okay. So here I have data for that. So in the last column, I have information about tweets. And in the second last column, I have information about author of the tweets, that whether the author is Donald Trump or whether the author is Justin Trudeau. Okay. So here, the last column that contains information about tweets will be my feature column. And since I want to predict the author of the tweet, right? So the author column will be my target column. Okay, so depending on the use case that I want to implement over here, the author column will be my target column, right? Since I want to predict the author of the tweet, the author of column will be my target column. And since the text inside of the tweet might help me to predict author, that's why the column that contains the text of the tweet will be my feature column. Fine. So I've decided on the feature column and target column. Okay. All right, so I've explained the data to you. You might wonder what about the other columns apart from author and this tweet column over here? Well, the other columns are useless for you and you need to remove them from your data. They'll be serving no purpose for us. Okay, so here there are only two important columns for me. One is author column, which will be my target column. And this last column that contains the text of the tweets will be my feature column. Okay, fine. So let's build a AI model. For that, we need to start off with step number 1. Step number 1 is to make sure that data should be clean. It should not have any missing values, any spelling mistakes, and so on. So on checking, we observe that there are no missing values in the data. In the first column, we have 0 missing values. In ID column, we have 0 missing values. In the third column, which is author, we have 0 missing values. In the fourth column, which is status, which we have 0 missing values. So in total, my data does not have any missing values whatsoever. What about spelling mistakes? I've already checked for spelling mistakes earlier. In my data, there are no spelling mistakes. Fine. So this data is good. Now let's go ahead. Let's move on to step number two. Step number two is to extract the features and targets separately. So here the author column will be my target column. The author column will be my target column. And the last column that contains information about the text of the tweet, this last column will be my feature column. Okay, it will be my feature column. Fine. So that last column will be my feature column. All right. With this step number two, we have performed. Now moving on to step number three, which is to make sure that features should be of numeric nature. So guys, currently I have only one feature column, and even that is of non-numeric nature. You can see I only have one feature column, and even that is of non-numeric nature. So if you have a non-numeric feature column, then what to do? Well, don't worry. If you have a non-numeric feature column, then you have to convert it to a numeric feature column. Let me show you how can you do that. I'll show that to you. So first, you need to check whether that non-numeric feature column that you are working with is of discrete nature or continuous nature. Okay, so first you need to check whether the non-numeric feature column that you are working with is of discrete nature or continuous nature. Discrete nature means a column having finite set of possibilities. Continuous nature means a column having infinite set of possibilities. So if your non-numeric feature column is of discrete nature, then you have two approaches to choose from. You can either choose one-hot encoding approach, or you can either choose dummy encoding approach. Or you can either use dummy encoding approach. On the other hand, if your non-numeric feature column is continuous in nature, then again you have two main approaches to choose from. You can either choose count vectorizer approach, or you can choose TF-IDF vectorizer approach. TF-IDF vectorizer approach. Okay. So guys, you tell me the non-numeric feature column that I'm working with, is it of discrete nature or is it of continuous nature? Discrete nature means a column having finite set of possibilities. Continuous nature means a column having infinite set of possibilities. So my question to all of you is, the non-numeric feature column that I'm working with, is it of discrete nature or is it of continuous nature? Can anyone mention it? What is the nature of the non-numeric feature column that I'm working with? Discrete or continuous? Anyone with the answer? As Prabharan has mentioned, here in the non-numeric feature column, I have information about tweets. And can I say I have infinite possibilities for tweets? Infinite set of possibilities, right? Anybody could write any tweet. Somebody can mention hi, somebody can say good morning, somebody can say good night. There are infinite possibilities for tweets. Okay. So here, this non-numeric feature column that I have contains information about tweets, and here I have infinite set of possibilities. That means it's a continuous type of a column. Okay, continuous type of a column. Sudhir says, what is the difference between discrete and continuous? Sudhir, discrete column means a column having finite set of possibilities. Continuous column means a column having infinite set of possibilities. Were you asking the difference between discrete and continuous, Sudhir, or something else? Yes, okay, discrete and continuous, right? So discrete column means a column having finite set of possibilities. For example, Sudhir, for example, a column like a dice roll. Let's suppose I'm playing a game of dice with my friends, and whatever value I get after rolling the dice, that value I'm storing it in this column. So let's say when I first roll the dice, I get the value 1. Again, when I roll the dice, I get the value 6. After that, when I roll the dice, I get the value 4. Again, when I roll the dice, I get the value 6, and so on. So Sudhir, in dice roll column, how many possible values can I get? Or in other words, Sudhir, when I roll a dice, how many possible values can I get? 6, right? As you have rightly mentioned. So Sudhir, can I say in dice roll column, I have finite set of possibilities? Finite, limited set of possibilities, right? So if I have a limited set of possibilities in a column, then that column will be called discrete column. On the other hand, Sudhir, let's suppose I have a column with me called YouTube comments. Let's suppose I'm storing the comments that I received on my YouTube channel in this column. Let's suppose the first column comment was hi, second comment was hello, third comment was nice video, and so on. So Sudhir, over here, you tell me, are there finite set of possibilities in YouTube comments or infinite set of possibilities? In case of YouTube comments, do I have finite set of possibilities or infinite set of possibilities? Infinite, right? As you have rightly mentioned, Sudhir. So YouTube comments is a continuous type of column because it has infinite set of possibilities. Now, Sudhir, is the difference between discrete and continuous clear? Got it? Okay. So Sudhir, the non-numeric feature column that we were working with, you can see even that is of continuous nature only. So since it is of continuous nature, okay, I have two main approaches to choose from, either count vectorizer or TF-IDF vectorizer. Let's start with count vectorizer. But before we start, I can see one doubt in the chat. Akshara mentions where the recordings will be uploaded. So Akshara, the recording will be uploaded on our official YouTube channel. Okay. So all the webinars that we conduct, the recordings of that are uploaded on the official YouTube channel. Okay, fine. All right, fine. So guys, currently I was working with a non-numeric feature column and that was continuous in nature. So in order to convert that non-numeric feature column to a numeric feature column, I have two main approaches to choose from, either count vectorizer or TF-IDF vectorizer. Let's start with count vectorizer first and let's see how that works. Okay, so I will start with count vectorizer first and I will show you the working of it, how it works. So let me give a heading on this whiteboard, count vectorizer. Okay. And let's suppose I have a non-numeric um, continuous feature column like tweets. Let's suppose the first tweet was that cricket is a sport. Second tweet was that sport of cricket is a exciting sport. All right. So I have this non-numeric continuous feature column. So I want to convert this non-numeric feature column into a numeric feature column using count vectorizer approach. Let's see how count vectorizer works. So let me mention the steps for count vectorizer. The first step is to figure out the total number of unique words, unique words in the non-numeric feature column. Second step is to create a new column for every unique word. For every unique word. Third step is to fill in the column values based on the count of unique words across each row. Okay, so these are the steps. Let's implement them. So guys, first step of count vectorizer is to figure out the total number of unique words in the non-numeric feature column. So guys, let's find out the total number of unique words. in the non-numeric feature column. So your cricket is one unique word, right? Then is would be another unique word. A would be another unique word. Sport would be another unique word. Then the next word is has already occurred previously, so it's not unique. Then off would be another unique word. Then the next word is not unique, it has already occurred previously. Then the next word is also not unique, it has already occurred previously. Then after that, the next word is also not unique, it has already occurred previously. Then the next word exciting is a unique word. Then the next word has already occurred previously, so it's not unique. So in total over here, how many unique words do you see? How many unique words do you see, guys? Six unique words, right? You can see a total of six unique words, correct? So step number one done. Six unique words, right, Naresh? Cricket is one unique word. Is the second unique word. A is third unique word. Sport is fourth unique word. Off is fifth unique word. And exciting is sixth unique word. Six. Okay. So for each of the unique words, now we'll create a new column. Okay. For each of the unique words, we'll create a new column. So the first unique word is cricket, right? As you know, the first unique word over here is cricket. So we'll create a column for that. The second unique word is called is. So we'll create a column for that. Third unique word is A, so we'll create a column for that. Fourth unique word is sport, so we'll create a column for that. Fifth unique word is off, so we'll create a column for that. Sixth unique word is exciting, so we'll create a column for that. Okay, now let's proceed ahead. So in the first row, the word cricket is occurring how many times? One time, right? So that's why over here I'll mention a count of one. Then in the first row, the word is occurring how many times? One time. So I'll mention a count of one over here. Similarly, in the first row, the word A is occurring how many times? One time. So I'll mention a count of one. Then in the first row, the word sport is occurring how many times? One time. So I'll mention a count of one. In the first row, the word off is occurring how many times? Zero times. So I'll mention zero. In the first row, the word exciting is occurring how many times? Zero times. So I'll mention zero. In the second row now, the word cricket is occurring how many times? One time. So I'll mention one. In second row, the word is occurring how many times? One time. So I'll mention one. In second row, the word A is occurring how many times? One time. So I'll mention one. In second row, the word sport is occurring how many times? Two times. So I'll mention two. In second row, the word off is occurring how many times? One time. So I'll mention one. In second row, the word exciting is occurring how many times? One time. So I'll mention one. With this, have a look. Have I converted my non-numeric values into numeric values? Yes. In the process, I have ended up with more columns than what I have before, but that's fine. At least the non-numeric values have been converted to numeric values using the count vectorizer technique. So enough for the theory of count vectorizer technique. Now let's see its implementation. So in order to implement it, I will need help of a Python class which I will import. So from sklearn folder, there is a file, there is a subfolder called feature extraction. Inside that subfolder, I have a file called text. From that file, I will import this class called count vectorizer. Now I will go ahead and call that class, and I will apply fit and transform. Fitting basically means scanning. Okay. So it, fitting basically means scanning. So we want count vectorizer to scan for the total number of unique words in the non-numeric feature column, right? Fine. After that, then transformation means converting non-numeric values to numeric values. And we know how the count vectorizer does that. Fine. So I will use the fit and transform method. Okay. And fine, count vectorizer will do its work. And by the way, first, guys, I will have to call the count vectorizer class for it to wake up. So first, let me call that class for that technique to wake up. Okay, once I have called the class, now the technique has woken up. Now I will ask it to do its job. and convert the non-numeric feature values to numeric feature values. Fine. So I'll pass my non-numeric feature column and I want to convert this to numeric. Okay, fine. So remember, count vectorizer will convert non-numeric feature values to numeric feature values, but in the process, it will give you more columns than what you have before. If there are 5 unique words, it will create 5 columns. If there are 1,000 unique words, it will create 1,000 columns. If there are 2,000 unique words, it will create 2,000 columns. Okay, fine. So now let's proceed ahead with this. Step number 3 has been done. Now moving on to step number 4, which is to make sure that the features should have some rows and some columns. Let's check if the features do have some rows and some columns. On checking, we observe that the features do have 400 rows and 2,528 columns. You can see what count vectorizer has done over here. Since it might have encountered around 2,528 unique words, that's why it created around 2,528 new columns. Okay, but fine. I'm currently looking at step 4. I wanted to ensure that features should have some rows and some columns. And here they do have 400 rows and 2,500 columns. So they do have some rows and some columns. So that's good for me. Then step number 5 over here is to make sure that you split the dataset into two parts, training and testing. So from sklearn folder, there is a file called model selection. From that file, I will import this function called train test split. But before I move on to the next step, since out of 8 steps, we have already completed half steps. Okay, 4 steps we are done with. Let's take a short tea/coffee break. Okay, since it's been 1.5 hours and since you are learning continuously, it's time for a short tea/coffee break. We'll be back after the break and then we'll see the remaining 4 steps. Up till now, we have implemented the first 4 steps. After the break, we'll come and we'll implement the remaining 4 steps. Okay. But up till now, has it made sense to everyone, guys? Atul will take a 15-minute break. Is that fine? 15 minutes. Okay. Or do you have some important work? Do you want 20-minute break? Then fine, I don't mind. If there's something important, or let me know, Atul. Is 15 minutes fine or 20 minutes? Okay, fine, not a worry. Fine, then we'll take 20-minute tea break. We'll be back after that. Okay. And we'll then see the remaining part of the implementation. Sudhir say, okay, Bhaskar says, can you share this file after completion? Yes, sure, Bhaskar. After we have fully written the code, I will share the file as well as data set with you. Sudhir says, what are the prerequisites for AI 102? Sudhir, the prerequisites are there. You should know how to create a custom AI model. So you should know how to create AI model using machine learning approach, deep learning approach. It will be more beneficial for you. Okay. Um, I'm just saying that it's more beneficial. But let's suppose if you don't know that, if you directly want to jump to AI 102, yes, you can jump. You might find it a little harder, but yes, you can directly also jump to AI 102 course without knowing how to create custom AI models. It's just that you might find it a little harder. But there are some people who do not even know a thing about creating custom AI models, and still they have passed the AI 102 exam. Because the AI 102 exam is all about working with ready-made AI models, right? So there are people like that, but still I would suggest that please go ahead and please learn how to create custom AI models so that the AI 102 course will be more easier for you. That's all. But even if you don't learn it, you can still directly jump. There are many people who have passed the exam like that. Prabhakaran says after this training. No, Prabhakaran, this 1 day of training is not enough, buddy. Okay, because there are total 9 AI services that Azure offers. And out of those 9 AI services, I will only be showing you demos of only 3. Okay. So 1 day is definitely not enough. So 1 day of webinar is not enough for passing the examination. Siddheshwar, after attempt after going through the webinar, you will be given a badge. That badge is just a symbol that you have gone through the training. It's not a certificate. Umesh says, what is custom AI? Umesh, custom AI model means creating AI model on our own. Ready-made AI model means somebody has already created the AI model for you. All you need to do is use them. For example, Umesh, let's suppose you go and try to buy a car. Is it a custom car that you are buying, or it's a ready-made car that you are buying? If you go and buy, let's say, Maruti Suzuki car, okay, you go and ask for buying Maruti Suzuki Baleno. Okay, it's a ready-made car that you are buying, right? Similarly, AI 102 is all about working with ready-made AI models. Okay. So, on the other hand, custom AI models means you yourself created the AI model right from scratch. Okay. Akshara says once we complete the examination. Yes, Akshara. Once you pass the examination, then yes, certificate will be provided. Yes. Umesh, I didn't understand your question. For beginner, AI 102, okay, means what? I didn't understand. You mean a person who is new to AI field, can he still go for AI 102 exam? Yes, they can, he or she can still go for AI 102 course. Yes. Even a person who is a beginner in the AI field can go. It's just that they might find it a little bit difficult, little bit. Okay, but yes, they can still go. There are people like that who are complete beginners in AI. And in a few days, they went through the AI 102 course and passed the examination. So yes, even beginners can go into AI 102 course. Okay, Akshara says, when is exam? Akshara, see, when to give the exam, that's on you. And you can schedule the examination in two ways. Okay. First way is by going to the exam center, and second way is by giving the exam at your home itself. Okay. And every 1 hour the exam is conducted. Okay. Every 1 hour the exam is conducted. So it's on you when you want to conduct the examination. So you can go to this section called schedule exam, enter your details, and a time slot will come. You can choose your the appropriate time slot. Remember, every hour AI 102 exam is conducted. Okay, so you can choose the time slot of your choice. Okay. And remember, guys, before attempting the examination, a pop-up will come in the examination where it will ask you to select which programming language you are proficient with. So two options will be given, either Python language or C# language. And you have to choose one of those options. If you choose Python, then all the MCQ question, all the coding based MCQ questions will be based on Python only. If you choose C#, then all the coding based MCQ questions will be based on C# only. Okay. So out of these two languages, you can choose the language of your choice. It's up to you. I would suggest you to learn Python because Python will not only help you in AI 102 examination, but going forward in future also Python will help you a lot. Okay. So Umesh, as far as programming knowledge requirement is there, is it clear now? So you will be asked to choose one out of those two languages, either Python or C#. And based on your proficiency, you can choose any one language of your choice. If you choose Python, all the coding based MCQ questions will be based on Python. If you choose C#, all the coding based MCQ questions will be based on C#. Okay, Prabhakaran says, I completed AI 900 certification after today training. Uh, I will try to do AI 102 by going through remaining six services. Yes, Prabhakaran, you can do that. Make sure that you go through all these services and then give the examination. Yes, today we'll be seeing demo of three services. Okay, but we won't be able to cover all the three services in depth because it's just one day, right? So in the 8 hours, whatever we can do, we'll do. Okay. But even those three services will not cover in depth. Okay. But we'll try to cover the important uh, things at least today. Okay. So because of scarcity of time, even the three services that we'll cover will not be covering them fully. Okay. Fine. So if you're wondering whether we'll cover those three services fully, we won't get time to cover those three services fully. This is just the 8 hour webinar. Okay. Akshara says topics taught in the class will be. Yes, yes, Akshara. Yes, it will be. So based on the labs that we'll be doing, there will be some questions in your examination, definitely. Okay. So yes, that will be there. Okay. Fine. So Prabhakar and Umesh, everybody, is your doubt clear or some other thing you wanted to ask? Then let me know. If there are some additional queries, let me know. Clear, Umesh? Surendra says, is the exam free or paid? Surendra, the any Azure exam that you take, it will be paid exam. Okay. And you have to pay the fee to Azure. So, for example, for India region, I guess the fee is around 4,800, if I'm not wrong. Let me just show that to you. So, for India region, you can see the fee is around 4,800. So for any Azure based certification exam, you will have to pay some cost. Okay, it won't be a free certification exam. And you can see the cost of AI-102 certification exam over here. It's around 4,800. What's the validity? So Nehal, with these, okay, let me show that to you on my Learn profile itself so that it's more clear. Learn.microsoft.com. Let me go to my profile and show it to you. Sorry, I wanted to log in with a different account. With my MCT account, I should log in. Let me sign in with my MCT account. Okay, which is this one. So once you pass the examination, the certificate will be attached to your Microsoft profile. This is your Microsoft profile. So I'll go to my credentials section and here I should see the certificate and have a look. So for AI 102, okay, see, it's not a basic exam. AI 900 is a basic exam, okay. But for AI 102, you can see I've earned it on this particular date, okay. And here there is, okay, let me just go ahead and let me show you the certification details, okay. You can see when you will get the certification at that time, it will mention that when you got the certificate and what is the expiry. Okay. So you can see that the expiry is of 1 year. The expiry is of what? The expiry is of 1 year. So after every year, then you have to not give the paid exam again. Okay. You just have to give a sample exam for free. Okay. So it's very, very easy. Even that renewal exam is very easy. Okay. It's not like it's not of the same level as the main exam. The renewal exam is very easy. In the renewal exam, you have around 30 questions, very basic questions. Okay, fine. So as far as validity is concerned, you can see the validity is of 1 year. Okay, validity is of 1 year. Fine. So was that your doubt, Nehal? Is your doubt clear? You wanted to learn about validity. The validity, as I showed to you, is of 1 year. Clear, Nehal, or some other query you have? Okay, I'm not getting a response from Nehal, so I'm assuming that it's clear. But if there is any query, then please let me know. Okay, fine. So we'll take a short tea break then. And after that, we'll come back and we'll continue with our implementation part. Okay. So since one student wanted a tea break of 20 minutes, let's take a tea break of 20 minutes. We'll be back after that and continue with our implementation. Till then, I'll just be on mute.
Participants, if you are back from your break or in front of your system or you are hearing me, please raise your hand. Participants, if you are hearing me and are back from your break, so please raise your hand. Participants, please raise your hand if you are back from your break. As I have announced the badge redemption. Okay, so the announcement is like I have shared a link for your badge, so you can redeem the badge and just do it now. So if you're facing with any issues, I'll be there to help you. Make sure to redeem this badge right now and drop yes after redemption of the badge.
Yeah, do we need to use only the Outlook credentials? Don't work with the Gmail?
Yes, you can use either Gmail or Outlook mail.
Are we sure? Because it is not allowing us.
Do you have a Microsoft Learn account?
No.
Okay, so you have to make one first and then you can redeem this badge.
Okay.
Yes, Ruchika, do you have any doubts?
I couldn't see any link in the badge in the chat.
I'll reshare this one. Just wait a minute. The link is mentioned in fourth step. Is it visible now? I have reshared the link.
No, So is it possible to join through this mobile?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, is it possible to log in through mobile, or I
Yeah,
need
yeah,
to
you
log
can
in
log
in?
in. Yes, you can log in via mobile too. Actually, I just shared the code to redeem your badge. So try that one, and let me know if you can, if you are able to redeem or not.
It and actually I couldn't see any chat within the chat window.
Actually, you are attending this session via mobile or laptop.
Mobile.
Okay, so you are not able to see any messages in chat box, right?
Yeah,
Can you share your phone number over here so I'll WhatsApp you the link?
yeah. I can. Yeah, I need to send it in chat, or I need to see it right now.
You can send it in chat or you can send it me personally.
Okay.
Yes. Hi, Saili. Do you want me to wait for some time for the redemption to complete, or
No,
should I start off?
yeah, you can start as other participants have already redeemed their badge. And I'll
Okay.
WhatsApp to, yeah.
Okay. Perfect. All right.
Mm.
So welcome back to the
Hi,
session,
excuse
everyone.
me. I'm not
Yes.
able to see my chat also, so I believe I have a same problem. I don't know why, because I received this invitation on my mobile and I joined on laptop.
Okay, no
So can you
worries.
help
Actually,
me?
send this redemption link to your WhatsApp also. So don't worry. And we'll send this to other participants too.
But how do I get my chat enabled? Not able to see that chat since beginning. It is showing locked for me.
Sorry, what? Can you repeat the?
I'm getting a message. You can't send the message because you are not a member of the chat. I
Okay,
cannot
just
see the chat since beginning.
yeah. Let me see if I can do anything. Until then,
Please.
you can just yeah continue with the
Thank you.
session.
All right. So let's proceed with our session, guys. So before the break, we had completed 4 steps for implementation. Now, after the break, we'll complete the remaining 4 steps. All right. So let's proceed with this step related to splitting the data set. So we need to split the data set into 2 parts, training and testing. In order to do that, I will import a function. So from a sklearn folder, there is a file called model selection. From that file, I will import this function called train test split. So I will go ahead and call that function. The first thing that I will do is I will pass my features. After that, I will pass my target. Then I will mention the ratio in which I want to divide the data into training and testing. So let's suppose 80% of the data I want in training and the remaining 20% I want in testing. Since I want 20% of the data in testing, here I will mention a test size of 0.2. 0.2 suggests to the computer that overall 20% of the rows in the data I want in testing data set. And the remaining 80% will of course go into training data set. Okay. Now, there are two main problems that will occur in train test split. See, what happens is the selection of rows into train test split is done randomly. Okay. So the selection of rows in training and testing is done randomly. It's not like the first few rows will go into training data set or always the last few rows will go into training data set. No, the selection of rows into training and testing is done randomly. Now, because of this random selection of rows into training and testing, there are two main problems that will occur. So let's go ahead and let's see those two problems. After that, I will show you the solution to those two problems as well. Okay. First, let's see those two problems first. So let's assume that we have some data with us. In that data, we have 5 rows. Out of 5 rows, let's suppose the first 3 rows are good and remaining 2 rows are bad. And remaining 2 rows are bad. Now, why would I call any row good row or bad row? Let's try to understand. In order to understand, I will take an example. Okay. So I'll need help of one student. Let me take help of um any student over here. Sudhir. Is Sudhir there? Sudhir, you can unmute your mic just for 1 minute. I just need your help. Okay. So Sudhir, let's assume, buddy, that you are the principal of a school. Is Sudhir there? Or is Sudhir
Yeah,
not there? Yes, okay. Fine. So to Sudhir, let's assume that you are the principal of a school and your job, and currently you are planning to create benches for students so they can sit on it during the class. Okay, fine. So as a good principal, can I say, Sudhir, what you will think is to survey the height of first standard students, and based on their average height, you will give the appropriate order to the carpenter, right?
correct.
Okay. So let's suppose you are trying to survey the height of first standard students. Okay. So let's assume the first student in the class had a height of 2.1 feet. The next student had a height of 2.15 feet. The next student had a height of 2.05 feet. The fourth student had a height of 7.05 feet. And the fifth student had a height of 7.15 feet. Now, Sudhir, can I say over here, the fourth and fifth students are outliers or odd man outs,
Correct.
right? Because having students this tall in first standard is not common. So here the fourth and fifth students are outliers or odd man outs. Now let's see if we involve outliers in our calculation, will it negatively impact our calculation or not? Let's try to see. So currently Sudhir as a principal, what he is doing is he's trying to survey the height of first standard students, and then based on average height of first standard students, he will give the appropriate order to the carpenter. So he has surveyed the height of first standard students and now he's trying to calculate average. Okay, so let's suppose he's trying to calculate average over here, and the average height of first standard students in a school turns out to be 4.1 feet. Okay, so the average is 4.1. Average is 4.1 feet. So now, Sudhir, you will give this order to the carpenter saying that create benches, assuming that average height of a student is 4.1 feet. Now, because of that, Sudhir, can I say the first three students in the class will suffer because this bench might be little high for them? Yes or no?
Yeah,
Right. So the point that I'm making, Sudhir, is if I include outlier values in my calculation, is it negatively impacting my calculation or not?
yeah,
It is, right? Same
yes,
applies to the model. If you pass values to the model, if you pass outlier values to the model, it will negatively impact the model's calculation as well. Okay. Coming
correct.
back to our example. Okay. So basically, guys, what I was trying to show you is in the fifth step, because the selection of rows into training and testing is done randomly, there are two main problems that will occur. So I wanted to show you those two problems. And then after that, I wanted to show you the solution for it. So let me show you problem number one that will occur. Okay. So let's suppose, Sudhir, I have 5 rows in my data. Out of the 5 rows, 3 rows are good, 2 rows are bad. By bad rows, I mean rows that have outliers. So I'll call them bad rows because it will badly impact my calculation, right?
Correct.
Fine. So let's suppose out of 5 rows are data, 3 rows are good, 2 rows are bad. And now this data, you're splitting it into two parts, training and testing. So suppose what you are doing is 60% of the rows you want in training and the remaining 40% you want in testing. Okay. Now total I have 5 rows, 60% of 5 is 3. So 3 rows will go into training and the remaining 2 rows will go into testing. Now, Sudhir, although the selection of rows into training and testing is done randomly, but still is it possible, Sudhir, that even in random selection, the first 3 rows go into training? Possible or not?
Yeah,
Right? So
yeah,
let's suppose the first 3 rows go into training and the last 2 rows go into testing.
testing.
Here, Sudhir, have a look at the rows that you have selected in training. Remember, Sudhir, that each row in the training data set will be treated as an example for the model. I repeat, each row in the training data set will be treated as an example for the model. Sudhir, let's suppose I'm training you. So, Sudhir, does the number of examples that I give matter? Yes, right? If I give you more examples, you
Correct.
will be understanding the concept in a more better way. So, number of
Correct.
example matters. Same applies to the model. The more rows you give in the training data set, each row in the training data set is treated as an example for the model. More rows you pass in the training data set, the more better it will be for the model. So that's one thing. Apart from that, Sudhir, let's suppose if I'm training you, yes, the number of examples matters, but the quality of example that also matters or not. If I
Yeah.
give you good examples, you will perform good in the exam. If I give you bad examples, you will perform badly in the exam. Same applies to the model. If you pass good quality rows in the training data set, the model's performance will be better. If you pass bad quality rows in the training data set, the model's performance will be bad. Let's suppose over here, the three rows that were selected in training were good rows. So if you train the model on good rows, the model's performance will be good. And let's suppose the model gave you a accuracy of, let's suppose the model gave you a accuracy of 100%. So now you are very happy. You call your boss and you tell your boss that, boss, I have made this model that is giving 100% accuracy. So your boss is also happy. He will say that, okay, come to the office the next day and show me the model in front of me. So you go to the office the next day. But Sudhir, next day, when you go to the office and run the code again in front of your boss, is it possible, Sudhir, that tomorrow you might get different rows in training and testing? Possible?
Yep. Possible.
Because the selection of rows in training and testing is done randomly. So it's possible that tomorrow when you run the code again, you might get different rows in training and testing. Maybe you might get these three rows in training. Here have a look. In the among the rows that you have selected for training, majority of the rows are bad rows. So if the
Yeah.
model is majorly training on bad rows, the model's performance will be bad. So let's say tomorrow in front of your boss, you train the model on bad rows, and because of that, the accuracy of the model drops to somewhere around 33%, let's say. So now your boss will be very unhappy. He will be saying, he will be asking you, are you fooling me or what? Yesterday you told me your model is giving 100% accuracy. But now in front of me, the same model is giving 33% accuracy. What is happening? See, you are not fooling your boss. But why did this difference in accuracy come? It came because yesterday you had different rows in training and testing, and today you have different rows in training and testing. To avoid this difference in accuracy, Sudhir, can I say I will have to think of some technique that will give me same rows in training and testing every time? Yes or no?
Yeah. That helps actually.
Right? So let's see if there is some technique available. And in fact, there is such a technique available. So we'll use a technique which is a common technique in Python called seeding, seeding technique of Python. Okay, seeding, Seeding, seeding concept. Okay. Now let me explain that to you. So Sudhir, have a look. What I am doing is, let's suppose I'm writing code to generate a random number. Okay, so from random library, I will import random function. And using that random function, I will try to generate a random number between 0 and 1. You can see that every time when I try to call the random function, it gives me a random value between 0 and 1. You will observe that random function, every time when you call it, it gives you a random value between 0 and 1. But let's suppose I don't want random value every time. Okay, I want to get the same value again and again. In that time, what you can do is you can use the concept of seeding. So you have to pass a seed value. But Sudhir, remember that in order to pass a seed value, you have to take care of 2 points. What are those 2 points? Point number one is that any seed value that you give to me has to be a positive number. Second point is that the seed value that you give to me has to be a number without decimals. So 2 points, Sudhir, that you need to remember. Any seed value that you give to me has to be a positive number. Second, it has to be a number without decimals. So Sudhir, give me any seed value of your choice.
Maybe you can take 6.
6, okay. Then have a look. When I pass a seed value of 6, have a look what is happening. Have a look at the random value that is generated. With the same seed value 6, you will get the same random number generated every time. With the same seed value 6, you are getting the same random number generated every time. Okay.
Okay.
So this is the
Okay.
idea. So the idea is that, see, in corporate environment, okay, it's very necessary that there is reproducibility of the same results. Why? Because in corporate environment, you will have a development team, you will have a testing team. So if the development team is claiming that they have built a model with this accuracy, then in order for the testing team to test it out, they will also want same accuracy. They will also want to achieve the same result. For that, they can only get it only if the testing team has the same rows in training and testing data set, same that the development team took it. Okay. So for that, what to do? So for that, what we'll do is here we'll introduce seeding concept. So to the random state parameter, I will pass some seed value. Okay. Like for example, Sudhir mentioned a seed value of 6. I can pass 6. If I want to pass a value of 10, I can do it. The idea is that whatever seed value the development team uses, the same seed value the development team has to communicate to the testing team. So the testing team also uses the same seed value. Okay. And the testing team then also gets the same rows in training and testing. Okay. Apart from
Mhm.
that, what seed value you choose, that doesn't matter as such. The only idea is that whatever seed value the development chooses, the same seed value they have to communicate to the testing team, so that the development team and the testing team get the same rows in training and testing. Okay, fine. All right. So now this is one problem that I showed to you. And after that, I introduced the solution for that also. Now there is a second problem that will arise in train test split. But Sudhir, problem one got clear?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
whatever the test training we have given, those rows needs to be considered.
So the idea is that with the same seed value, you will get the same rows in training and testing every time.
Correct.
Okay, fine. So the first problem we saw, and we also saw the solution to that problem. Now there is a second problem that will arise in train test split. So let's see the solution to that problem as well. So let's suppose I have a target column. Okay. And let's suppose in that target column, I have some values. Which values? So let's assume that I have a telescope at my home. And through that telescope, I'm trying to find Mars planet. So let's say on the first day, I was not able to find Mars planet. Let's say on the second day, I was not able to find it. On the third day, I was not able to find it. On the fourth day, I was not able to find it. But on the fifth day, I found the Mars planet. On the sixth day, also, I was successful in finding Mars planet. In 7 day also I was successful in finding Mars planet. On the 8th day also I was successful in finding a Mars planet. Let's suppose I have a target column like this. Now what I will do is this data I'll split into two parts. Okay, training and testing. So let's suppose 4 rows I want in training and the remaining 4 I want in testing. 4 rows in training and the remaining 4 in testing. Okay. Sudhir, you know the selection of rows in training and testing is random, right?
Correct.
But even in random selection, is it possible, buddy, that the first 4 rows get selected in training and the remaining 4 rows get selected in testing? Possible or not?
Yeah.
Let's
That
suppose
is
that
fine.
happened. Now, because of that, what problem will occur? Have a look. See, we know, Sudhir, that the model only trains on the training data set. Okay. And currently, how many rows are there in the training data set?
8.
No, in the training data set.
Oh, sorry, 4.
4, right? So there are 4 rows in the training data set. So the model is training on 4 rows or 4 examples.
For example.
Okay. See, Sudhir, can I say you and me only know those things on which we are trained on, right? Whether we are trained on it in a school time, college time, office life, um, or through TV, through mobile, through laptop. But we only know those things on which we are trained. Other things we don't know, right?
Correct.
Same applies to the model. The model will only know those things on which the model is trained. Here, as you rightly mentioned, Sudhir, the model is trained on how many rows? 4 rows. So the
4.
model is being trained on 4 rows or 4 examples. Sudhir, in those 4 rows or in those 4 examples, Is there even a single example where the target value is equal to Mars?
No.
No. So if in none of the examples that you are passing for training, there is not even a single example where the target value is equal to Mars, so how will the model know that such a target value called Mars exists? It will not know. And if it
Correct.
doesn't even know that such a target value called Mars exists, how will it do prediction on such a target value? It will never predict such a target value because it doesn't know only that it exists. If it doesn't know that such a target value called Mars exists, how will it predict it? It will never be able to predict it. So there's a big problem over here, Sudhir. Agreed or not?
Correct.
Right? Now let's see the solution to that problem. So let's see the solution to that problem now. Okay. So what we'll do is I will introduce the solution, and that solution is through this technique called stratification. So the idea is that the proportion of row of um, target values, proportion of target values present in the original target column, the proportion of target values present in the original target column should be similar to proportion of target values should be similar to proportion of target values present in training and testing data set. Okay, fine. So let's see. So as I have mentioned over here, Sudhir, what does stratification mean? The proportion of target values present in original target column should be similar to proportion of target values present in training and testing data set. So Sudhir over here, in the original target column, there are two unique values, Mars and not Mars. So Sudhir, what is their proportion?
Fifth.
Correct. 50-50%, right?
Correct.
That the value not Mars is occurring 50% of the times and the value Mars is occurring 50% of the times. So what does stratification say? Stratification says that if in original target column Mars and not Mars are occurring 50-50%, then in training data set also Mars and not Mars should occur 50-50%. In testing data set also Mars and not Mars should occur around 50-50%. That's the general idea. Okay.
Okay.
So now, Sudhir, apart from satisfying the uh, train test split ratio, we will also satisfy the stratification ratio. Let's see. So first, let me satisfy the train test split ratio. I wanted 4 rows in training, 4 rows in testing. So let's suppose these 4 rows are selected in training. Let's suppose these 4 rows are selected in training. I'll just mention the rows selected in training. Let me mention the rows selected in training over here. And the remaining rows will be selected in testing. The remaining rows will be selected in testing. Okay, I'll just mention the rows selected in testing. There are 4 rows selected in testing. I'll just mention them one by one. All right. So these are the rows selected in testing. Now have a look, Sudhir. First of all, tell me, has the train test split ratio been achieved? Have we
Yes.
got 4 rows in training, 4 rows in testing? Yes, as you rightly
Yeah.
mentioned. Okay. What about the stratification ratio? In the original target column, Mars and not Mars were occurring 50-50%. Have a look. In the training data set also, is Mars and not Mars occurring 50-50%?
Correct. Now it
In
will.
testing data set also, is Mars and not Mars occurring 50-50%?
Correct.
Yes. So stratification ratio also achieved. Now
Yes.
let's see, because of that, has a problem been solved or not? What was the problem earlier? Our problem earlier was that in the training data set, we were not even passing a single example where the target value was equal to Mars. So how will the model know that such a target value called Mars exists? If it didn't know that such a target value called Mars exists, then how will it predict it? It will never predict it. But now have a look, Sudhir. in the training data set, are we passing enough examples of both the type of target values, Mars and not Mars?
Correct. We are
So
passing.
now, right, now the model will be aware about both the type of target values. If it is aware about both the type of target values, it will be able to predict on both the type of target values. So the problem that we had earlier has been solved by using stratification technique. Okay, so in my code also, I will try to apply stratification. So I'll say, please apply stratification. But on what to apply? Remember, stratification is always applied on the target column, on the target column. Okay, on the target column values. Fine. So I will say, please apply stratification on the target column values. Fine. And that's it. Painter split function is now done. Now the features will be split into two parts and you will get feature train and feature test. After that, the target will be split into two parts and you will get target train and target test. Okay, with this, step number 5 has been done. Now, moving on to step number 6, which is to make sure that features should be on the same scale. That means they should have same range of values. But this should only be done on algorithms where there is involvement of calculating distance using feature column values. Guys, the algorithm that we'll be using over here will be multinomial naive Bayes algorithm. In multinomial naive Bayes algorithm, is there any involvement of calculating distance using feature column values? No. That's why on this algorithm, step number 6 will be ignored. We will not be performing step number 6. On this algorithm, step number 6 will be ignored. Moving on to step number 7, which is to make sure that we train the model on the training data set. So let's do it. For that, I will need a statistical algorithm. In order to implement that statistical algorithm, I'll need help of a Python class, which I will import. So from sklearn folder, there is a file called naive Bayes. From that file, I will import this Python class called multinomial NB. Now I will go ahead and call that class. With this, the algorithm will just wake up. After it has woken up, using that algorithm, I will train my model on the training data set. Okay. Train my model on the training data set. See, it's like this. If you want to train on your textbook, essentially you will have to scan the contents in the textbook, right? Similarly, if I want to train on the training data set, if I want the model to train on the training data set, the model will have to scan the contents in the training data set. And in modeling field, another word for scanning is fitting. So I will have to apply scanning or fitting on the training data set. Okay, fine. So out of the 4 things that I got out of train test split, which things belong to training data set? Feature train and target train belong to training data set. So I'll be passing these 2 things for the model to train on. With this, step number 7 has been done. Moving on to step number 8 and the last step of implementation, which is to test the model on the testing data set. Okay, so I will use the score method to test the model. Remember, out of the 4 things that you got out of train test split, which things belong to testing data set? Feature test and target test belong to testing data set. So I'll just take them and pass it to the score method so that I can get an accuracy score. Remember, accuracy formula is number of correct predictions divided by total number of predictions. What is accuracy formula? It is number of correct predictions divided by total number of predictions. Okay, divided by total number of predictions. So here in the testing data set, how many rows we have? Let's see. So total, I had 400 rows in my data, right? Out of 400 rows, 20% of the rows went into testing. That means out of 400 rows, 80 rows went into testing. So here, while testing the model on the testing data set, prediction will be made on all those 80 rows. Okay, prediction will be made on all those 80 rows. And let's suppose out of 80 rows, for 76 rows, correct prediction was made. So the accuracy will be 76 divided by 80, which is 0.9. In percentage terms, we'll say that the model is 90% accurate on the testing data set. Here, let's calculate the accuracy of the model. And let's suppose here the accuracy turns out to be, okay, here you can see it turns out to be 0.925. For a model to be considered acceptable, the accuracy should at least be greater than or equal to 0.7. Here is the accuracy of a model greater than or equal to 0.7. Yes, it is. So it is an acceptable model. Now, why did we create this model? Just for time pass? No, we created a model so that we can later make predictions using the model. So let's make predictions. Let me show you how to make predictions using the model. Before we go ahead, here Saravana has a doubt. Let me read her doubt. So Saravana is mentioning that if seeding uses same data in training and testing, that will lead to obtaining same accuracy for the model. But if it's wrong, yes, Saravana, that is there. Okay, see, the idea, Saravana, is that with seeding value, whatever seed value you set, okay, with that you will get the same rows in training and testing. I am not saying that with the seed value you will get good rows in training only every time. No, with seed value you will get same rows in training and testing. With, let's say, 10 seed value, you might get some rows in training and testing. With 11 seed value you will get different rows in training and testing. Okay, so here the point was not to make sure that we end up getting good rows in training and testing. No, that's a different thing. Okay, how to take care of that, that's a different point. Okay, but our main problem was reproducibility. That, okay, whatever output the development team is claiming, for example, here the development team has developed a model which is giving around 92.5% accuracy in percentage terms. If I want to see the accuracy, I'll just multiply this by 100 and I can say the model is 92.5% accurate on the testing data set. So let's say the development team has created this model and now they have conveyed it to the testing team. For the testing team to also end up getting the same outcome, they also should have the same rows in training and testing data set. So the idea is whatever seeding value development team has chosen, the same seeding value they will communicate to the testing team. Okay, it doesn't matter what seed value the development team has chosen, but I agree that depending on the different seed value, they might have different rows in training and testing, and maybe with a different seed value, maybe bad rows are selected in training. Then what to do? That's a different topic. Okay, but here the only purpose of seeding was to ensure the reproducibility. Okay, that whatever rows the development team is choosing in training and testing, same rows the testing team also chooses. Okay, but your point is absolutely valid. Okay, fine. Saravana says testing team should get same. So the purpose of seeding is that. But I'm not saying that quality doesn't matter. I am saying the purpose of seeding is not about quality. Okay, that's what I'm saying. The purpose of seeding concept is not quality. Purpose of seeding concept is just to ensure same rows in training and testing for development team and testing team. That's the purpose of seeding concept. But the problem that you mentioned is also valid, and there is a solution for that also. It's just that today we will not see the solution. Okay, but the point is absolutely valid. And I'm not saying that quality doesn't matter. Yes, for that also there is a solution. Okay, but anyways, today we are not um, into that because our main focus today is AI 102, which is all about learning ready-made AI models. But before that, I'm just showing you how to create a simple AI model. I don't want to um, go into the complexities. I just want to show you how to create a simple AI model. Okay. But the point mentioned by you is absolutely valid, Saravana. And there is a solution for that. It's a simple solution only, but I won't dive into it because it will be too much for today. Okay. So I just want to create a simple AI model. For that, I have written this code. So Saravana, the point of seeding is not to ensure good quality rows. Point of seeding is only to ensure that you get same rows in training and testing for development team and testing team. Okay. Got it, Saravana? The purpose. Fine. Okay. Fine. Now going ahead. So guys, we have created a model. The model is acceptable. Okay. Performance of the model is acceptable. Now what I want to do is I want to do some predictions using the model. Let's do it. So let's suppose I have this tweet and in this tweet, somebody has written CNN is fake news. So guys, I've created a model that predicts whether the author is Donald Trump or whether the author of the tweet is Justin Trudeau, right? Okay. So guys, you tell me, if you follow geopolitics, who is more likely to make this tweet, Donald Trump or Justin Trudeau? Who is more likely to make this tweet, Donald Trump or Justin Trudeau? If you follow geopolitics, you would know this. In fact, this was a real tweet made by that person. Anybody? Donald Trump, right? Donald
Yeah.
Trump is more likely to make it. Okay. Let's see if our model also believes the same or not. Let's check. So before I go ahead and make predictions using the model, there are 2 points that you need to satisfy always. First point is that same changes that were applied on features, the same needs to be applied on the data that you want to predict on. Okay, on the data that you want to predict on. Second point is that the number of columns in features, the number of columns in features should match with the number of columns in the data that I want to predict on. The data that I want to predict on. Okay, so these are the 2 points that you need to satisfy before making predictions. First point is that same changes that were applied on features, same needs to be applied on the data that you want to predict on. So I got my feature column where? I got my feature column over here. After this, any change in the feature values? Let's see. So in the third step, I applied count vectorizer, and guys, in count vectorizer, there was a change in feature values. The non-numeric feature values were converted to numeric feature values. So I've applied count vectorizer on my feature. So that is why I will apply same count vectorizer on this data that I want to predict on. Okay. So I'll apply same count vectorizer. If you closely observe, this time I'm using only the transform method. Previously, using count vectorizer, I applied fit underscore transform, fit and transform both. What does fitting do? It does scanning. So it scanned how many unique words were there in the non-numeric feature column. So there were around 2,500 unique words. Then based on 2,500 unique words, those many columns were made and the non-numeric values were converted to numeric values. But this time I don't want to apply fit again. Why? Because if I apply fit again, it will see that, okay, here there are only 4 unique words. So count vectorizer would only create 4 columns. Then the number of columns in features would be around 2,500, but the number of columns in the data that I want to predict on would be 4, which would not match. So that's why I'm not applying fit. I'm just saying, based on the fitting that you had done earlier, based on the scanning that you had done earlier, whatever were the total number of words that you had found out, for the same words, okay, create that many columns. So earlier, based on scanning, it had found out around 2,500 unique words. So it had created 2,500 columns earlier. This time also, I want to create 2,500 columns. Okay, one column for every unique word. Fine. It's just that in the column for CNN, it will mention the count for it. And in this tweet, CNN is mentioned one time. So in the column for CNN, it will mention a count of 1. Similarly, in the column for is, it will mention a count for is, which in this scenario is 1. In the column for fake, it will mention the count for it, which is 1, and so on. Okay, fine. All right. So let's go ahead. And with this, my first point will be satisfied. Same changes that I had applied on the features, same I'm applying on the data that I want to predict on. Apart from count vectorizer, there was no other change done on the feature column values. You can see in step 4, no change in feature column values. In step 5, I've just done splitting. No change in feature column values as such. Okay. In none of these other steps, I've done any change in feature column values. Fine. So count vectorizer was the only change done on the features. And same, I have applied it on the data that I want to predict on. Second point is that the number of columns in features should match with the number of columns in the data that I want to predict on. So in my features, how many columns do I have? In my features, I have around 2,528 columns. In the data that I want to predict on, how many columns that do I have? Here also I have around 2,528 columns, so it matches. Now I can go ahead and ask my model to do predictions, and let's see what it predicts. Okay. We know that this tweet is more likely to be made by Donald Trump. Let's see what the model thinks. The model also thinks the same. Okay, let me take a real tweet. Okay, from this time from Justin Trudeau's Twitter account. This time from Justin Trudeau's Twitter account. Okay, and in fact, let me take his tweet in French language. I'll copy his tweet and paste it over here. Okay, so this is his tweet in French language. And luckily, guys, in our data, the one that I had earlier, I did have some tweets in French language. So hopefully the model has trained on it. Okay, hopefully the model has trained on it. Fine. Let's see. Let's check the predictions made by this model. Let's see if it says that the tweet is made by Justin Trudeau or not. Let's see the predictions made by the model, and it does say that this tweet is made by Justin Trudeau. Okay. So up till now the predictions are correct, but still I would not call this model a good model or a production or a a market ready model. By market ready model means a model that I can sell to a client. Okay, why am I not saying that it's a market ready model? Two reasons. One reason is that it is trained on very less data. So total I had 400 rows in my data, out of which 80% went into training. That means the model only trained on 320 rows. It's very less number of rows to train the model. Ideally, you should train the model in at least thousands of rows. Okay, the more rows you pass in the training data set, the better it will be for the model. Okay, so two reasons why am I saying that this model is not market ready model. One reason is that it's trained on very less number of rows. Second reason is that the algorithm that I have chosen is a very simple algorithm. Multinomial naive Bayes is a very simple algorithm. There are much better algorithms as compared to this in the market. Okay, fine. So two reasons. I could improve my data over here. Second is I could improve my algorithm. Then the model that is made, I can call it a market ready model. Okay, but yes, now up till now, the predictions made by the model are correct, but still I would not dare to sell this to a client. Okay, fine. So for example, let's suppose uh, you have this tweet saying Canada is great. Now, in my view, Justin Trudeau is more likely to make this tweet. But what does the model predict? Model predicts Donald Trump. You can see, in my view, this is a misprediction, I feel. Because Justin Trudeau is going to talk more about Canada as compared to Donald Trump. So what can I do? So only two things, right? Improve data. Second is improve algorithm. Now, for improving data, I can't just get new tweets right away. Okay, so what can I do? What is in my hands right now? Okay, let me check. So guys, let me ask you a question. Okay, let me ask the question to Sudhir. Sudhir, do you think words like USA, Canada are important to predict whether a tweet is made by Donald Trump or Justin Trudeau? Is it important?
Yes, sometimes.
Yes, right? Yes. And you are right. It is important. But Sudhir, do you think words like is, the, and these words are they important in predicting whether the author is Donald Trump or Justin Trudeau?
No.
No, right? Because these are common words. It could be made by
Um,
anyone.
yeah.
Okay. So, but Sudhir, in count vectorizer, even for these words, additional feature columns were created, right?
Yeah.
Right? Even for
Because this
these
is a
words,
unit.
correct. Additional feature columns would be created. But was it a feature column that is actually worthy to become a feature column? See, feature column is that column that helps me to predict. But the columns for is, the, and will they help me to predict? No, right?
No.
So why to have it as a feature column then? So what we'll tell to count vectorizer is that if at all there are common words in English language, do not create a column for it. And now have a look what will happen. I'll just run the code from start. From starting, I'll just run the code and have a look. Previously, around 2,500 columns were made. Now have a look. Because of the small setting that I have done, you will have less number of columns. You can see now, Sudhir, you have less than 2,500 columns now.
Yeah.
Yes. Now have a look. Because of that, will our model performance increase? It should increase slightly. Let's see whether it does. So previously the model performance was what? Accuracy of the model was 0.925. Now, after removing the bad feature columns, after removing feature columns that were actually not worthy to become feature columns, let's see if the model's performance increase. Does it increase? Yes, it does.
37.
Okay, you can see it has increased to 0.9375. Okay, fine. Fine. So basically, this is the point that I wanted to make. Okay, that in order to, and now can you see the prediction? Who is more likely to talk about Canada? Justin Trudeau. So now the model correctly understands that, okay, it should be Justin Trudeau. Understanding, guys? Okay. So over here, what we have done is we have implemented the multinomial naive Bayes algorithm. Okay. With this, 2 points in our agenda are done. So first, I wanted to teach you basics of AI today. Second, I wanted to teach you how to make a custom AI model. Okay, although creating custom AI model is not part of your AI 102 course. Okay, but still, for your knowledge, it's beneficial for you if you know how to create a custom AI model. And this was a very simple AI model that we have created. Okay. Now what we'll do is we'll take lunch break. After lunch break, we'll be back. And then we'll move on to our actual AI 102 curriculum. Okay, which is dealing with ready-made AI models. So Azure has created many ready-made AI models. Okay, and we'll see demos of some of those AI models today. To be specific, we'll be seeing demos of 3 such AI models today. Okay, Azure has created many AI models. We'll be seeing demo of 3 of those ready-made AI models today. Fine. So up till here, guys, understanding everything clear? The concepts, are they clear? Just give me some confirmation. Is it making sense? Any doubts?
Yes, it's very clear.
Clear? Okay, fine. Prabharan says, yes, Prabharan, compared to naive Bayes, the random forest algorithm, dysentery algorithm would definitely give you better performance. It's more efficient. Okay. Sudhir says, is there a free trial? Yes, Sudhir, you can get a free account, free Azure account. Okay, if you just search for free Azure account, a link should pop up, okay, in the search results. You can see your free trial. 1 second. Free trial. Okay. So yes, you can create a free account over here. You just have to fill up a form. And I guess you have to enter either your credit card details or debit card details. But don't worry. I guess around 2 rupees will be deducted. Okay. And after a while, even those 2 rupees will be given back to you. Okay. And don't worry, once the free account is expired, once the credits in your free account are expired, you can see it says it gives you around $200 of credits, okay, in your free account. Once those credits are expired, it's not like automatically it will start taking credits from your debit card or credit card. No, it will first ask you that, okay, now your credits are have expired. Do you want to continue again? Do you want to continue with your debit card or credit card? So it will ask you, don't worry. Okay. So it's not like, okay, your free credits have expired and then money from your debit card and credit card will be taken. No, it will confirm from you. Only if you confirm, then only uh cost from your debit card or credit card will be taken. Otherwise, once your credits are over, then that's it. The account will get expired. So yes, you can try out Azure for free. You can create a free Azure account. Okay, that facility is available. Umesh, yes, the coding will be difficult if you are new to the programming language, but nothing we can do. Okay. All I can do is I can try to make you understand why I wrote that line of code. At least that part is clear, right, Umesh? It's fine if you don't understand the syntax, but why I wrote each line of code, that was clear, Umesh? Why I wrote each line of code? Yes, right? Huh. See, the syntax, it will only make sense once you learn that programming language fully. So that is fine if you don't understand the syntax. Main thing is at least you should know why I'm writing each line of code. What is the purpose? Okay. But for attempting your AI-102 exam, you will need at least intermediate level proficiency on either Python language or C# language. So out of these two languages, you will need proficiency on at least one. Okay, Saravana says, can we migrate our data pipelines? No, Saravana. With this free account, you can't do. Okay, but in general, yes, you can migrate your data pipelines from one Azure account to another. But with this free account, that migration facility won't be available. But yes, in general, you can do, Saravana. Yes. Uh, Satish says, our placements. You mean after AI-102 certification, will you suddenly start getting job offers? See, AI-102 is all about working with ready-made AI models. Okay. But to get job, it is important that you understand how to create custom AI models as well. Okay. So if you are thinking that just after getting AI-102 certification, you will start getting job offers. No. Okay. That is just half of the job done. The other half, you should know how to create custom AI models. Only then, as a AI engineer, you will start getting job offers. Prabharan says, will they ask to write code? No, Prabharan. It is completely MCQ based exam. So in the MCQ base, there could be coding related questions. By that, what I mean is code will be written in the question and it will ask you what this code is doing. So four options will be shown. You have to choose the appropriate one. So you don't have to write code. Yes, there will be coding based questions, but you don't have to write code. Uh, the entire examination is MCQ based only. So four options will be shown. You have to choose the right option. Any self-income like freelancers? Mostly the freelancing projects that are I mean, yes, you can do it, but see, just based on one course, if you feel that you will start getting freelancing offers, see, AI 102 course, many people are doing. Okay, so it's a course that you have to do to start off in Azure AI engineering. You have to do. Okay, but I mean, if you're thinking that okay, just based on one course, you will start getting projects or job offers. It's not like that. It's not going to happen. Okay, but this is a minimum thing that you have to start with AI 102, and many people are doing it. Okay, but suddenly just based on one course, if you were thinking that you will start getting opportunities, no. Okay, there are other things also that you have to do. Fine. All right. So let's take a lunch break, guys. We'll come back after the lunch break and then we'll focus on the remaining portion left in our webinar for today. So we'll take a 1 hour lunch break and then we'll be back. So I'll just set the timer and till that time, I'll just be on mute. We'll be back after the lunch break, guys, at 2 p.m. and then we'll continue with the remaining portion of our webinar. Okay, fine. Satish says, what is the duration? You mean duration of the exam? It's around 100 minutes. Okay, it's mentioned over here in the details. So if you try to just go through this link in the additional details section, the time will also be shown to you. Okay, you can see here it has mentioned 100 minutes to complete the assessment. Okay, Soumya, the certification exam is paid. Okay, it's not free. Prabharan, as per policy, I have to set it to 1 hour. Okay. So we'll stick to 1 hour because that's what we do in all the webinars. Okay. Because sometimes some people start their lunch break at 1:30 or whatever. Okay, maybe food is not prepared or whatever. So as per policy, our break is always from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Okay, fine. So we'll come back at after 2 p.m. guys, and then we'll continue with our remaining stuff in the webinar. Okay. Till then, I'll just be on mute.
હા ખવડાવવાનું કહેતા હતા કે નજીકમાં કઈ હોટલ અને સસ્તી પણ
ના પાડે.
ના કે છે હા ને પતાવી જ દઈએ ભાઈ કાલ કોણ જોઈ શકે આનું બધું બાકી બાકી જ રહી છે
મેં તો કીધું માટલી મૂકી દઈએ કીધું માટલી નહીં થઈ જાય ને ખવડાવવાની થઈ જાય.
બી પાવ વાળી હોટલ જોઈ લે
હા
તકા પાવ વાળી હોટલ જોઈ લે
ત્યાંનો આપણને કોઈ આઈડિયા નહીં.
હા?
ત્યાંનો આપણને કોઈ આઈડિયા નહીં.
દાદાના આજુબાજુ
સબરી મજાડો તો બધા રવિવારે છે ભીડ બહુ હશે બધે.